Great. Already nighttime, eh? Okay, I can't tell if it's picking up my mic or not. It's picking up my mic. Ow. I can't hear it picking up anything. Oh wait, there we go. Alright, my laptop's just being very quiet. Even though I hit mute, what the heck? There we go. Okay. Hello, Cabot. How is it going today? Hello, cat. How is it going today? Yes, hello. How you doing? Alright, oops, I want to keep my camera. I'm going to try and keep this first part relatively spoiler free so that people who are playing Furrowfield can watch this first part if they need to. That's good. I'm glad that you're fine. So today I was going to do a Aura Luna. Why am I Aura Luna? Okay, I want, where is, do I have, I do not. Okay, so one thing I like about endgame that you don't have in base game is the ability to buy stuff in your item. Yeah. I'll just stick that here. No, I'm not fully purifying Furrowfield again. I did that once. I also don't know if I have 55 hours of stream time to dedicate to, or sorry, 500 hours of stream time to dedicate to purifying Furrowfield. I think that would be boring. And yes, I don't sleep at night. That is why I had a nap before stream. No, today I am going to be going over some general FAQs, tips and tricks for the game. And because there's a lot of basic quests in Furrowfield, I thought I'd just do start with Furrowfield for a very basic things that people have problems with. Whereas in places like Khrumbul Dun and Moonbrook, the problems are more very specific and kind of dependent on the story and what's going on. So if you are lost in those places, or further in the Furrowfield story of something that I don't cover here, I literally just streamed the whole game, so you can go back and watch that. But if you're looking for questions and stuff for bare basics, then this will be the stream to show that. So I'm gonna try and not spoil what's endgame Furrowfield. Wait, I made this for a reason, and then I just didn't. I'm gonna be playing with the camera a lot to not spoil. let's see here. I want this, I believe. Yeah, there it is. I want... See ya. Oh, you can't put it on? Shoot. Well, that sucks. Alright, well, I'll just have to explain one of my things then, because I put Malroth in my party to bring him here. I didn't think that it would, No, you didn't miss much. I'm just starting. Okay, so for the first thing that I wanted to touch on was town limits. So you see by that red door, there's a heart with a little house and max. That means I'm in the base. And what happens is a lot of people will build stuff required for the game out of the base. So see, when I go over here, I'm still in the base, but as soon as I drop down, I'm no longer in the base. The music will change if you can't hear the music. The different cues to look for are the hub in the... See, that disappears. The other thing is, when you're actually playing the game, Malroth is not in your party. He will come running to you as soon as you leave the base, and as soon as you enter the base, he'll leave and go to do something in the town. So, if you're building in Furrowfield, you want to make sure you build in here, because if even one wall is over the boundary, it will not count as in the base, and you will not, like, your NPCs will not use it. And it will not finish the quest completion. So I have marked out the base, because what I do at the start of every time I play, I always change up I always mark up the base. Go around and I mark out the corners, and then once I get like a lot of flagstone, so that, because the monsters can't break the flagstone, then I go around the whole thing, and I use ladders because the monsters can't climb ladders. They can destroy ladders though, so I tend to not use ladders in the front, and instead just put a door, and then that way all the monsters are funneled in one place, and I know exactly where to go to get them. But yeah, I just build a wall all the way around, that way they can't get in. They don't typically come in this side, so that's why that's open like that. But yeah, there you go. This kind of sucks. I have to go back to, I wanted to show more stuff. Let me see if I can do. Because I was going to bring Wrigley over after I got here, but you can't put the residence register down. So, we can just go over some basic stuff. The other thing that people have for Furrowfield, I'm going to do this out here where I have space, is they're asked to make a room, and they want to make a big room, so... that. Eight, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14. Oops. Yep. Oh. Alright. Yo! These slugs are so annoying. endless journey in Dragon Quest Builders 1 is a big reason to playing the entire series. Yeah, I like that's Moonbrook's overworld theme, right? Whoops. No, I don't want to talk to Malroth. Please stop talking to Malroth. I want to switch my tools. Alright, so the game explains to you, right? But a lot of people, I made this actually the perfect size. my whole thing was I was going to make it too big. And then I made it work. That should do the trick. Yeah. So they make the room and they're like, I'm going to make it nice and big or whatever. And then it doesn't work. And so, like, we get all these questions like, why isn't my room registering? I have all the corners in. Because sometimes, like, if you... What we mean when we ask by corners is, like, do you have a corner in? Because this will not register the room. This counts as a broken room. So you got to make sure you have all your corners in. But then they're like, well, why isn't it working? And it's like, because your room is too big. There is the size requirement of 150 blocks. That means each block on the inside. So what I can do, if I make a room that's too big, I can section it off, right, until it registers. And oftentimes what I'll do when I'm trying to get it to register is I'll just keep adding blocks. Like if it's not too big, I'll just keep adding blocks until I get a size that works, that makes it register. See? And there you go. So the whole thing counts as an enormous room, even though it looks like it's partitioned off into 2 rooms. So that is, you can tell that we were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then the 4 corners, 13, 14, 15, 16 blocks too big. So the square that we made was 164 blocks interior, rather than 150, which is the maximum size. And then, yes. The bases are so tiny, so you made under... Yes, and that's the other thing, right? Like, you have a lot of space in this game. So, if you find that you're running out of space, I mean, be wary of Furrowfield, because the area that I am being very careful not to show you with my camera... let's do this. You want to make sure that this area stays with space around it, and you don't want to build too much around it. But you do have quite an amount of height to build. So if you don't want to like build tiny rooms, then you can. I don't want to talk to Malroth, please. So you get a fair amount of height that you can build with. I mean, the actual game, I don't think Furrowfield is actually this tall in that it'll let a room register at this height, but you can fiddle around with it, and so you can get a fair amount of height in. So you can make 2-story buildings to get your room requirements that you need in. So like what I did over here for my, I made my barn underneath with the sleeping quarters. And on top of that, I did their outside eating area that they want. And I kind of did it on top so that like it overlooks the fields and whatnot, and they can have a nice view. And then I made the kitchen. So like a lot of people don't realize you can do height in this game and it'll still count. Like this is pretty high and it still counts as a room in the base. And again, once you get high enough, the little hub in the corner there where it's for the base, where it says level max, will disappear. So when you're not in, if you're building something for your base and you don't have that visual to you, you're no longer in your base. And whatever you're building will not count. Although, if you're building and this is in the base, but you go higher, and this is not in the base, it doesn't matter. Because only the 2 blocks with the door and the floor actually count as part of the room. So any item that you put in the floor or at these 2 levels will count towards the room. So say your room needs a chest. I can put it here, here, or if I really wanted to, I could put it here. Up 1. And it would count. If I put it on top, it's not going to count because it's too high. It's no longer in the room. Oh, Titus, you've built too high in the ground and had the final thing destroy it. I've never actually built that high in the game, so. And hello, Atrico. Let's put this back. So yeah, the other thing that I like to use, if you want, like, if you don't need an enormous room and you want just 2 smaller rooms, you can just put doormats, and these count as doors, so it will split the room into 2 different rooms once the game catches up. Okay, and now you have 2 rooms that are connected, and it's easy to go through. You don't have to worry about opening doors or anything like that. My goodness, you guys are obnoxious. Alright, I can hear my dog hacking away over there. Don't know what she got into when she was outside. I'll have to show that because I don't have Wrigley. Alright. One of the other things that tends to get people stuck is they don't talk to everybody. And oftentimes when you talk to people, they'll have clues for you, like, oh, if you build this room, like, you know, if they ask you to do a quest, they'll remind you of the requirements for the room. Or they'll, like, remind you, like, if you talk to them, they'll remind you what they're looking for in the quest. And just sometimes there are, oh, there's lots of people in here. Do you have any bets on me? And lots of time there are NPCs around in the world that you may have missed. So that's why we say, like, you know, even if you don't have anything on your map to say that there are people that you need to talk to, there are still places that you should go and certain quests that, like, will hold you up from doing other things. So one of the main quests that I've been noticing lately on Reddit that kind of lock people so that they can't continue is talking to this guy here and learning how to use the grass seeds. And then there's the other guys. Other guys over here that are also missed a lot, that kind of like stop up people from continuing the story. These guys here will have a quest for you, so you want to make sure you talk to these guys and the other green Budkin archer, and then they will help continue your story, probably, because usually it's those quests that are missing when people say, like, oh, nobody has a quest for me and I can't continue. It's usually those. Another thing to remember when you are in Furrowfield is for a first time playthrough, you probably just want to, like, play however, right? But if you want to reserve some of your resources and help yourself out in the future, one of the things that I recommend is to actually not cook all the food. So this guy wants you to make sugarcane on the fire. I didn't do that because when you do and you go back to your island, any other recipes, like later in the game, you will learn to cook more than one ingredient together. And any other recipe with sugarcane, they will always default to the sweeties that this guy wants. And I don't like them as a cooked item. They're useless and they're a waste, and I end up just, like, deleting them half the time. So for this game, I was just like, you know what? I'm not going to cook them. He gives you seeds, which is can be a little harder. But there are plenty of ways to get the seeds. Again, if you really need help with general stuff in this, I played through the game in stream and you can see it all there. But that is often what I do, is I'll not cook everything that they tell you. Like, there are some items you have to cook for the story. I cooked cabbages to make salad, just to make things easier on myself. But I never cooked tomatoes, for example, or pumpkins, because I wanted them to cook the items that have 2 or more ingredients with those ingredients. And if you cook them with only one ingredient, then they tend to just cook the one ingredient, which I found was really annoying. There's no way to, like, tell them to stick to more than one ingredient only. Yeah, the crafting icon above his head means that the quest is optional. You don't have to do this quest, but it will help you in the story. If you're really struggling with seeds, like there are these guys all over, and most of the time I will just, like, do their quests. But this time around, I decided not to, because On my second game, on my first game, I just cooked everything as I was going through the game. And then I noticed in endgame, I just had all this like really bad foods. No matter what I gave them to cook, they would just always default to the weakest foods, so to speak. And it wasn't helpful. And it was just, you'd end up with a lot of garbage food, so to speak. So for my second game, I was very particular about what I cooked, and I didn't cook certain things, so that once I got the means to cook more, I could have them cook those things and not the garbage food. But I had cooked sweeties, and so they wouldn't cook, like I wanted them to make like a whole bunch of the other foods that use the sugar cane, but they wouldn't, because they would always cook the sweeties. And so this time around in this game, this is my third game, I was just like, I'm not cooking sweeties. I'm not doing it. And now they actually cook a whole bunch of stuff for me with using the sugar cane. I don't get the single sugar cane sweeties. So yeah, that is one of those things that I wanted to remind people of. And I have 2 more things to go over here, and then we will head back to the Isle of Awakening. Let me see if I can do this without... There we go. Trying not to spoil. Kind of hard, but trying not to. Alright, did I move? Did I take it with me? I think I did. I don't see it. Make a new one. Where did my chests go? I had them. There they are. Let's go do this out here. So one of the questions I get asked a lot is about duping. So I figured I would show how to dupe. Well, Malmoth is going to get in the way, but we'll see what we can do. So this is how I like to set it up. You need a chest and a bowl. And when you first arrive in Furrowfield, there is a place you can go get it. Again, watch my stream on that if you want to do that early before you're supposed to be able to. But basically what you want to do is you want to stow. See how it says stow there? You want to stow the item. And then you want to open up your I'm in a room. It's easier when you're not in a room. There we go. So you want to stow the item in here. Overview. Get out of the overview. Open up your dish, and then you can place the item at the same time that the lid closes. So, let's see if I can still do it. It's been a little while. I think that was too fast. Yeah, that was too fast. So, let's try this again. That was too slow. So it's pretty easy to tell if you're too fast or too slow. And you just got to get the timing right. There, that looked like it did it. No, it didn't. I'm just going to do it till we get it. Malroth, I knew you were going to be a problem. Oh my goodness, it's been a while. Why are you not? Alright, I'm gonna do it with a block, because this one is not cooperating, and I don't actually know if it can be duped. I'm pretty sure it can be, but... Here, I only have one of these. That's where that works. I should have practiced the dupe trick. I have done it so often, though, that I was just like, I've got it. As I find sometimes it just doesn't register for my PlayStation controller. I have an easier time doing it on my Switch. That looked like it did it. No. I know I duplicated the worm food like so many times. I don't know why it's not doing it. Oh my goodness. Probably because I just woke up and my let's see some cabbage. My reflexes are not what they should be. My problem is I'm usually too fast, so I'm trying to be a little bit slower, which is making me too slow. And it doesn't register to open the dish half the time. Alright, you know what? I'm not doing this here. It's not working here. And Malroth in my party is not helping. Let's just go back to... Let's go back to the Isle of Awakening. You just don't grow sugarcane on IOA? Yeah. I like pancakes, though. I like them eating pancakes. So, I want them to make pancakes. And they don't make pancakes nearly half as much if you learn how to make sweeties. And so I just banned sweeties from my... Alright. The fruit pies are good, but, I don't know. I like having variety, but, like, for the most part, I will have them eat the fruit pies, just because that's the most, that is the most, hearts that they drop for food, content-wise. There we go. It's just a matter of, actually, let's, see if I can duplicate that one more time. Right, you just gotta keep practicing. Eventually you'll get it. And eventually you'll get it more and more. Like when I was doing this, while I was still on Furrowfield, greening Furrowfield. Oh my goodness. I'm actually really slow today. I'm not used to being too slow. When I was on Furrowfield, I duped like 400. What do you go do? 400 worm food because I had no other way of getting them. I don't know. I hope this has helped, even though I've been failing miserably. I did it once, as you can see, with a green block. It's just a matter of timing. And I don't know what's going on. As I said, probably lack of sleep and move this stuff out of the way so I can actually... I feel like half the time I push buttons on my PlayStation remote, it doesn't register that I've pushed the button, which is part of the problem that I'm having. Like, I'll do it a lot. Like, you'll see it a lot in stream. I'll, like, and I won't glide, and I'll be like, okay, I totally hit the A to glide there. And I say A because I've changed my Switch, or my PlayStation to have Switch controls. Okay, I'm sorry. I duped it once. You got to see. You get the basic of how it's supposed to be. See, like when your character stows, they put their hand back. They do like the animation. So you want to cancel that animation by opening up the map, and then you want to close it as quick as you can. Open up the dish next, and that'll do is that'll reset having the item so that you can place it down again as the lid closes on the chest. You want to place it at the same time that the lid closes, so that it'll duplicate the item. Because then that'll be like placing the item down as and placing the item in the chest at the same time, which is what the duplication is. So I'm done showing that though. It's not working for me today. I've had that in the past where some days it just don't get it. So you try a different day and then you get it. Like some days I would be duping every third time I tried. Other days it's every 10. All right, duping. Let's go. Where did I put Wrigley? I was gonna show this on Furrowfield, but again, I didn't send him over before I left, so he's in Green Gardens. All right. Alright, so one of the things with Wrigley... Do I even have stuff on me? I don't. So when you're dealing with Wrigley, see the little yellow corners, right? You put it down. This is the only space that you have for him to do it. It's not very big. It doesn't really help. Like sometimes when you want to like do a weird shaped area. So what I did in Furrowfield, I guess we'll use yellow fence posts. Do I have any areas that are not? Yes, I do over here. So what I did in Furrowfield is I just made big rooms. So I would go outline the rooms. Where you want the worm food to work. You just have to remember 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. A room cannot be longer than 32. That is the absolute longest that it can be. And you know what? I'll just we'll do this. And Wrigley will grass the top level that you have on level and the 2 levels below it. And that's of course I run out of fence post. I'm just gonna use block to finish. I find fence post the easiest, but I don't feel like running back and making more. Oh, hello. So what you want to do first is to get it registered as a room. And then you want to make sure you put it on the highest level so that he will do the top level, the level below that, and the level below that. Now if you make your room too big, I should go make more fence posts. Can never have too many fence posts. So if you make the room too big and it's not registering, you can do what I showed you earlier and have fence posts in the middle to like make it register. And then you just place your food down and Wrigley will come and grass the whole room. Now you want to make sure that when you do put fence posts in the middle, that you... Wrigley, what are you doing? Yeah, exactly, Titus. Wrigley's not helping me out here. No, it does it. Like, this is hours and hours and hours of doing this on Furrowfield, and just sometimes there's just some room shapes he doesn't like. See? That's weird that he's not doing this. What are you doing, Wrigley? What's going on? Hello, Rickmoo. How is it going? Wrigley, why are you not... I'm like, honestly... Yeah, but he's supposed to do... And I've done it a million times. He's supposed to do... Let me see if, like... Yeah, he's supposed to do the two underneath. I don't know why he's not doing that. As long as it... Because this is what I did, and I had like these huge things where like I would get to places like this, and I want him to do all three, so I'd like have the... Right? I would like go through around and make this giant room. And then he would like room like green the whole thing. So I don't know why he's not, because if you put it down, he does the top layer and the three and the two below. Sorry. Oh, I have a little swamp here. He's summoned by the swamp. See, he's supposed to do 1, 2, 3. And when you do a room, what it's supposed to do is supposed to like increase the area at which he does it. Let's go see. Where is all my stuff? I moved all my stuff. I'm just trying to make like the weirdest shape room to see if he'll actually do it or not. Because honestly, I haven't done this in a while, and I don't know why he wouldn't, but they might have changed it, and so I'm just curious to see if they have changed it or not. But see, he does the room. And I don't know why it's not, like... Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, is, like, I've always done multiple levels. Like, that is, like, I literally have a video of my green Furrowfield, and this was how I did it. And I did it, Alright, let me see. Do I have any sand on me? Ba-da-ba-doo. Doo. I'm not going to make this huge because it takes a lot of time. That's not a good idea. You want to have at least 2, so that if he spawns plants, it will, yeah, they honestly must have changed it because he's supposed to do all 3 and in a room. That is wild. That is absolutely wild. No, but I was just trying to show like what I did in Furrowfield to maximize the worm food. But it apparently doesn't work anymore. Which is absolutely wild because I spent hours doing this on Furrowfield. But yeah, he would come and he would like, as long as the, well, hello. As long as the door was on the highest level, and you put the worm food, it doesn't matter. It just has to be, like, the door has to be on the highest level because he does, he does the top layer and the 2 underneath it. So as long as your door is on the top level that you want greened, he should be doing the 2 levels underneath it. I don't know. I don't. I wonder if we do, Oh, whoops. I was too fast. But I mean, at least it shows he does, do underneath, fence posts. They must have changed it, because that is how I greened all of Furrowfield, by having him do top to bottom. And that is how it generally works anyways. Like, if you do it without, like, not in a room, he works top to bottom. Right? Like, if I want him to do all of this, like, he'll do 1, 2, and 3 if I put it here. So I don't know why it's not working in a room anymore, and I honest to God wonder when they changed that. He also didn't do this, which he used to do as well. All you needed was 1 block space and he would green it. I wonder when they changed that, because that is wild. At least we know it works on, like, the same level. So, I mean, at the very least, if you want to save your grass and make weird shape, have them grass weird shaped rooms, as long as they're on the same level, he'll do it still. Yeah, I would honestly want to know when they patched that. The powder, yeah, you know what? They could have. They could have patched it at the same time that they patched the powder snow. Because I did my Furrowfield a while ago. Hang on, let me look at my videos. I posted it almost a year ago. So I posted it in July. But I had finished a few months. No. I don't remember when I finished it. I think I finished it like June, like a year ago. So within the last year sometime, they would have had to patch it. That's really, really weird. Absolutely wild. Alright, anyways, we should probably move on. Wrigley. Happy pets. Alright. So the residence register is next on my list for things to go over. It divides your guys into the different places that they are. Yeah, the powdered snow was changed a couple years ago. Was a while ago. I don't know. Titus, you gotta investigate. Downpatch your PC DQB2. And let us know when it got fixed. So anyways, at different points in the game, you'll have like a max level of residents allowed on your island. So if you go to relocate, it'll show you there at the top. Like right now, I have 56 out of 60 available on the Isle of Awakening, and it shows you how many you have in each area. Buildertopia is something in Endgame. Can have 60 on each of those as well. So if your pets are not breeding, or your cows and chickens and sheep are not having babies, check how many residents you have, because if you don't have a few spots available, I don't know if it'll work. So that is a good one to keep an eye on, to know how many residents you have. The item shop was another one, seeing as we're here. Wrong way. So the item shop, it does not have to be fancy. You just need the price tags on a table with room behind for the merchant to stand, and in front for the person who's doing the purchasing to stand. And they will buy just about anything, really. Like anything that you can put in here, they'll buy eventually. And you want to actually open up the price tag. See, when you go to the price tag, it tells you to open, and then you can open it up. I know some people, and it's happened to more than one person lately, will put a display stand underneath. They'll put the display stand, and they'll put this on top and try and, you know, put the item in the display stand, not in the price tag itself. And what these are good for is if you want to have something appear as if it's in something else. I don't actually think I have one on me. You know what? We'll just borrow this. It sticks through because I picked a tall item, but you know what? We can switch that out. Oh, that one still sticks through. A little less. And then people can come up to it and, oh hey, look, there's grass in that. Woohoo! That is what, like, a good use for display stands. But the actual the actual items need to be placed in the price tags themselves. Otherwise, they won't purchase them. Right, you can sell lots of crazy items. Do I have any outfits? I do not. They really like to buy bathing suits. I like decorative stuff. Basically, like, I have these items that I got to make all the rooms, and I don't need them anymore, so you can just throw them in a shop and sell them, and it's a great way to get rid of them. Because then you can delete the item, or you can sell it and get hearts for it. And usually in the evening, your shopkeepers will come and they'll stand behind the tags, and then all the villagers will stand in front, and then they'll sell the items that way. Let's see, what's next? My pets are very happy with me, so they keep bringing me presents. You need them to be happy with you in order to breed. In order to make them happy, you can use fish, or... Oh, I used fish in both of them. Or just plain meat. That the Acorns drop. I don't have any on me. Oh, yes, I do. The meat. So any fish or any meat, and they'll eat it and be happy little pets. And when they're ready, you put a naughty nightlight in their kennel. That's so funny. So what I like to do is have a, if you have the DLC, you make a fishing hole, and in the fishing hole use muddy water, because everything that's fished up from muddy water is edible, and then you can just have all your elders and whatnot fishing up edible fish for you. So you can feed your cats and dogs and you don't even have to lift a finger. It's one of my favorite things to do. I don't know why they love the fishing hole so much. Maybe because they like to eat fish. Is that it? And then earlier I was talking about food. The best food to make. We'll go back to the green gardens. Again, if you have the DLC, the best food to make is rice and strawberries. So that will make this fruit tart here. And it drops like a whole bunch of hearts. And then every time they come and they eat them. If you do not have the DLC, the next best item to do is this. And I forget. That is wheat. Wheat, strawberries, and sugarcane, I believe. So you can't make that until you get back from Moonbrook. Yeah. Grain, sugar, fruit. You can't make that until you come back from Moonbrook, which is the third story island. But it's the one that's going to give you the most hearts if you don't have the DLC. If you have the DLC, the fruit tarts are the best. So just don't cook anything with strawberries or rice. And they'll just cook that if that's what you give them. One of the things, if you're holding back on what they are allowed to cook, the toaster pastries, that's right. If you're holding back on what they're allowed to cook, any item in the chest in the kitchen that they don't know how to use will prevent them from cooking. So what you want to do is you just want to make sure that, like, for the first part of the game, you only really have the cabbages and the wheat that you've had to cook in Furrowfield in your chest. And then that won't, because, like, for the longest time I was like, why are they not cooking? And then I realized that they were trying to cook with the tomatoes or the aubergines or the strawberries or the rice. And they want to grab the thing that they don't know how to use. rather than what they do know how to use, just because it's a higher grade ingredient. Have I not put a scarecrow on the potato field? I did. I guess they just don't have a lot of potatoes yet. So that is one of the reasons why I hold back on cooking everything. Because then, see how I'm almost at max hearts there? That is because when they eat yummy food, they give you lots of hearts. Oh, here's one I can talk about. So you see on the left side of the screen there's a little house with 79 out of 100. That is my room limit. I have 79 out of the 100 available rooms available to make on my Isle of Awakening. But some of these are not rooms that I've made. So we have, let's go to this one first. Shane's ship has a cell on it. So if you're struggling with your room count, when you need to free up some rooms. Oh, I went too far. Just remove the door off of the cell in Shane's ship. And then that'll... And now I have... Once it registers... less rooms. Another room to... that has to do with Shane's ship is when the first time he comes... in Khrumbul Dun, because of his cell on his ship. See? He has a room that he gets left behind. Another stream your family's keeping you from watching, that's alright. Real life comes first. Oh, thank you. I thought you were saying the scenery looks damn beautiful, and I was like, yes, the sunsets are very pretty in this game. And then I remembered that I built a dam, and I was like, oh, right. So we want to find the room, and you just want to like have it sort of realize that the room's not there. There, see? Deregistered the room. No longer there. And this is one of the ghost rooms. The people are like, I don't have that many rooms on my island. Why does it... Well, it's because it's a remnant left over from Shane's ship. Doesn't happen on every island, but it happens on enough of them. And there you go. Now you know how to get rid of that. 78 rooms. I spotted it the other day when I was running around trying to figure out what to do for this, and I was like, oh, I have that room, and I went to go deregister, and I was like, wait, no, that's a bad idea. I'll deregister it on stream so that people can see. So that's why that room was still there. There is another room, I believe. No, I think that's it. Does the magnet block room count as a room? I can't remember. Because it's got magnet blocks, so magnet blocks don't count as walls. But let's go get the magnet blocks, because I don't think I've gotten them yet. There we go. Now I can learn how to make magnet blocks. There is a book entitled Pull Me, Push You, or It Takes a Closer Look. Greetings, young reader. Before we begin, I must ask, have you read my other works, Pulls Apart and Pulls Together? I strongly suggest you do. The most important thing to take away from my research is that pullers and pushers cannot be used alone. They are utterly useless without a magnetic block to maneuver. In fact, it is the only object they can move. It should be obvious from the names that what each one does. For safety's sake, I shall explain. A puller pulls magnetic blocks towards itself, and a pusher pushes them away. The genius of my invention does not end there. One may also change the outward appearance of a magnetic block. The secrets of this shape-shifting technique will become apparent once you build your first magnetic block. You need only await guidance. Now, reader, I implore you, venture forth into the world, push, pull, then push and pull some more. The book ends there. Aurora wonders who could have written it. Magnetic block. So what he's talking about with the magnetic blocks is that you can camouflage them to be whatever you want. And then they still work as magnetic blocks. But you don't always realize that they are magnetic blocks until you find the there's a book entitled Pulls Together, or It Takes a Closer Look. We humans are drawn to many things, a hobby, a mountain view, a lover, a destiny. But no more, I say. No longer shall we be slaves to the forces of attraction. It is time to take back control. And now we can, with my latest invention, the puller. One may pull magnetic blocks where so and whensoever one pleases. The instructions on how to build these world-changing widgets are detailed below. Succumb not to the pull of destiny, young reader. It is time to pull destiny into your own hands. The book ends there. Aurora wonders who could have written it. Sideways pointing puller, upwards pointing puller, and downwards pointing puller. Ah, that's so funny. Everything's protected. There's a book entitled Pulls Apart, or It Takes a Closer Look. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever dreamt of moving objects without ever touching them? Well, I have. After countless years of research, I have finally invented the pusher, an amazing contraption that can exert a repulsive influence on magnetic blocks. The instructions on how to build such marvelous mechanisms are detailed below. I urge you to witness their wondrous power for yourself. I end with a message to all those who may read this. Push metal objects away to your heart's content, but never those you love. The book ends there. Sideways pointing pusher, upwards pointing pusher, downwards pointing pusher. Can I destroy stuff now? I can. Now I can probably destroy these. Oh, you know what? I forgot I have the Buildnoculars on this account now. I'm gonna take all of these because there is a limit of how many you can have on your island. And they are handy for putting things inside of other things. If not for making hidden doors and whatnot. So there's the entrance. 2 pushers and pullers and magnet blocks. Yeah, Beg has done a bunch of cool things with magnet blocks. I really like using them to just hide other things, or like... Do I have... Like, I like to just hide random rooms. Because this works really well. And if you have, like, a block... If you put a block underneath it... It makes it so that you can't see, like, the hole, the doorway. And your person can still go through. I hide a lot of doors using this trick. The other thing I like to do with them is, let me see if I have. Alright, Atrika, have fun. Thanks for coming. I'm just trying to find all my stuff. Where I hid it all. Because I don't remember. Because my organization on this island is not as good. There we go. That was the... So one of the things I like to do sometimes, like if you're in a deserty area or whatever, and you have these guys, you want it to look like overgrown. You can't place anything in them, right? So if you do this instead... I had some on me. That's wild. You can have them appear overgrown. With grasses and stuff growing through them. And this is one of my favorite, it just makes it look like it's been there even longer. So long that grass is growing through it. Now that's one of my favorite things like to do with the magnet blocks, is just make things that shouldn't fit together. My goodness, you guys are persistent. Hey! I could go over how to use magnet blocks, but that's a per situation, I find. We'll see if, like, I might do that towards the end once I'm more with it. I'm still half asleep. You know know what? Let's go. I was talking about limits, right? So everything has limits, from the rooms you can have to how many residents you can have on an island, to many items that you can have. So I am going to take you guys to my test island, which is my current second island. I have to look at these because some of these I didn't see before. And this is where I have like all the different limits set out so that people can see them, as long as with some other stuff. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? And I made it visually so that you can, like, that you know that there's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, and so on and so forth, so that you can count out all the different, and see, hang on, I'm just looking for my piece of paper, because I can't remember off the top of my head. It's like 100 and something. Where is my paper? ADHD memory is so much fun. Because I was like, oh, I need to remember to find that paper before I start streaming, so when I talk about limits, I have it with me. I don't, so where's my phone? Cat, you're slipping on my phone. I'll just go to my limit guide on my phone. That'll work. So 128 workstations. So that includes all of these. All of these count as workstations. And you can only have 128 of them on an island. So if you try and lay more than that, it will not let you. See? No longer be recognized. And then it doesn't... You can't actually, you don't have the option to put anything on the cask, because it doesn't work. Because there's too many here. So there's a limit for all kinds of stuff, surprisingly. So chests is one of them, which is why I have all the chests. So the community chest limit is 32 on Buildertopias. On Isle of Awakening, it's actually 40. 42. Yeah, that's why I have the bonfire and the casks set up with all the... so that you can see that they're all part of the... And strangely enough, the tinting ton does not count. Don't know why. Does not count. I can't use it because it's not my island. But, there's no warning. For instance, when I do this, you get a warning. So community, it's interesting because there are quests that your NPCs will set down during the story. So the base limit for community chests is 32. but the game allows for the NPCs to put down chests and have them still function. So on the Isle of Awakening, the limit for these chests is 42. So that way when they put the chests down to fill with stuff, they're not they're not left empty and you're stuck without having any of the stuff that they need to build. Another limit are these dishes. So these dishes you can have, I believe it's 32 again. I'm scrolling up to confirm. Yep, 32. But the cool thing with this is that you can still put these down. It just won't work. So if you need to make a big dining room, but you don't want like all of the dishes to actually function, or you're making a kitchen and you have some dishes on a shelf so that they're ready to be used, but you don't want them to function, you just somewhere on your island set down 32 of those, and then you can use these as decoration, and they won't count, and they'll just literally be decoration. And then there's 32 decorative foods, and I've set them all out here so that you can see the different kinds of decorative foods that count towards the limit. And then there's 32 decorative drinks, which again I've laid out the different types so that you can see. Which ones count. And so what I've done in a lot of my builds is I have in the basement of my storage room, I put down all these items to over limit them, and then I can decorate to my heart's content. And anytime I want to use one, I just go and hammer them up, and then I can put them down and use them. There's only 12. No, 6. Wait. Oh my god, I should have slept better. My brain is not functioning today. Makes it hard for hey, look at these tips and tricks. But I didn't sleep, so. There are 4 storage groups. So cupboards is one storage group. These are another storage group. Drawers are another storage group. And then the chests, which we've already gone over, is another one. So there's 32 drawers, and NPCs can't access these. So these are a great way to, if you want to like keep stuff from your NPCs, like you don't want them to get at your food, just stash it in drawers and they can't access it. It's yours. So for your storage rooms and whatnot, especially if your storage rooms are in places where NPCs are, use drawers and wardrobes and all this stuff, because it doesn't, your NPCs can't access these. The only exception is the wardrobes. These guys here. For change rooms, when you fill them with clothes for the NPCs to change into, they can access that. But otherwise, they can't access those. There's 32 equipment stands available. And so if you have like treasure chests or whatever, you place it on top. And then when you open the treasure chest, you can have like the sword inside the treasure chest, which is what I really like to do. And then the display frames, stands, and hooks, which are really handy for decorating. Have a maximum of 128. But again, you can over limit these I don't know if I have any on me. But like, for example, in I was building Odd Trico a kitchen the other day, and I wanted some hooks in the kitchen, but I didn't want all of them to be functional, and I didn't want all of like to take away from her limit. So I over limited somewhere on her island, and then placed down the hooks that I didn't want to work in the kitchen, and then hammered up some of the ones that I did want to work and placed them in the kitchen so that I could like hang stuff from them to have on display in the kitchen, which I haven't actually gotten around to, but I ended up having to go just as I was putting the finishing touches. There's 32 price tags allowed on an island. So then you can have limited item shops available. And this is the saddest limit in the game, is you can only have 10 picture frames. And these are all the picture frames that count towards that. And you're only allowed 10 on every island. And that's very sad. Now you can, if you want, like, because a lot of these have like a base. It is a set. A lot of these have like a base just look. So if you're just wanting to decorate, you can magnet block them. Yep. Oh, I can't place them. I forgot. I put the limits. But now let's go to where I place those. Same with these guys. These guys have. So what I did was I wrote a guide for this on GameFAQs. If anyone wants like a written guide, this was more of like a visual aid to my guide to just kind of show, so that people are like, that's not true, and then you can be like, well, actually, yeah, it is. Go to this island and you can try it out for yourself. That these are the max. So the firework cannons can only have 64, and it will not let you place more than 64. Same with like the magnet blocks, as you saw, have a limit of 256. But if you put down 256, they will no longer be magnetic. You can camouflage them, but they will not be magnetic. They will not work. So if you want them to be magnetic, you have to stick to 255. And as I was saying, you can camouflage those to use if you just want like decoration and you don't actually need it to count. I do this sometimes. You just have like big empty walls. This one is what hurts the most. Yeah, because 255 isn't a whole lot. But this is why what I do is I make 255 magnetic blocks, stick them somewhere on my island so that I know exactly how many I have before you can't place anymore. And also so that you know exactly how many you have before you make them no longer magnetic. So, and if you haven't done this, I did test this thoroughly. If you take up the 256th block, the rest will become magnetic again. So if you go over your limit, you just have to pick up the last one that you placed, and then they'll be all magnetic again. I wish I had brought a puller with me. I didn't think of that. These, in case you're wondering what these people are, these are just all the different people that you can get on all the different islands. Different hairstyles for the different types. In case you were ever curious where you would go to get a spiky-haired villager, well, Soggy Scary, or you want the side ponytail girl. Well, she's only available as a dancer. And you can see that there's 2 different nuns, 2 different kids, and then, yeah. Alright, let's find another limit that we can talk about. Ah, yes. Pet dishes. You can only have 32 pet dishes. So when you try and place more, you can place them as decoration. I think I have another. Sure do. It just won't work. I can't do anything with it. So I can open this. Can't open that. So again, if you want to put lots of pet dishes, or like if you have like tons of little individual rooms for pets for some reason, you want them to register as Animal House, but then you've run out of workable dishes, they don't actually have to function for it to count. Right? So it doesn't have to work in order for it to make the room function for what it is. So what I often do with chests, in particular, is because if I don't want them to function, but I want to make like a barn or something, then I will over-limit my chests and make my barn with a chest that doesn't work. That way, when they can't put anything in this chest, so then they have to go to the nearest chest, which is in the kitchen. And then they have to fill the kitchen, and I don't have to worry about ferrying stuff for them. Right? Like, I don't keep any... Hello, Bag. We were talking about you. Oh, no, wait. I don't know. I got no sleep last night. I'm going to admit to that again for everyone who's new. And my brain is just not with it today. So what I do is, like, I never give them chests on the fields, because then they just fill the chests on the field, and then you have to come and ferry it all to the kitchen, and then it's just an extra step. Whereas if you just have the chests in the kitchen, then they just go fill the chests in the kitchen, and then your cooks come and cook, and you don't have to worry about ferrying food everywhere. They'll do it for you. With crops, there's a limit to crops as well. That limit is 1,024. But that is 1,024 growing crops. Full-grown crops don't actually count. So all of these do not count. But if these were seeds... And then I was like over the limit, because I am over the limit, because I planted the different levels of each one over here. Which is why I had to do a field of full growns over there. When you're over the limit, they will just pop out of the ground and they will not stay planted until you have other plants that grow full, and then they'll be able to plant them again. So instead of just having like mass amounts of fields for all the crops, I usually just stick to like a big field of mixed crops. And it's usually like by end game, when you're starting to worry about your game limits and stuff like that, you usually have so much food you don't know what to do with it. Like this is all food that they've collected on this island. I did not bring any food with me. I only brought seeds. And this is all stuff that they've collected on this island. And look how much stuff there is. Just so much food. You're drowning in food. And all they have access to right now is one strawberry field and one rice field and then the potato field. And that's all they have access to work on to get food for the NPCs on this island. And you're just drowning in food. So, like, you don't need 17 fields, one for each crop. So just have, like, your gardens be decorative or whatever. Just have, like, one big field of a whole bunch of different plants that you want them to cook with. And it'll be more than enough food. And then you don't have to worry about hitting your crop limit. And then you can use crops for decorations, because they do make lovely decorations. Like a lot of them have flowers. I really like the purple flowers for those guys. The strawberry flowers are really nice flowers to use. I also really like the potato flower. The potato flower is really nice. But they're just can add. Oh, and these guys too. I use these guys a lot. It just adds to the ambience of like your builds and stuff. And if you have your max crops, you can't actually do that. You can't use crops as decoration. And the only downside to using crops for decoration is you can't ulti-mallet these. So like this is not actually my island, so I can do this. It just pops out the seeds. So you have to actually go with the gloves and move them to where you want them. So what I usually do is if I know I'm going to be like building a thing and I want like a lot of decorations, I'll just make a little field beside and I'll just like plant, I use coffee a lot. I'll just plant the coffee and then I can arrange them into like little decorative like beside houses or whatever. Like the full grown one or the half grown one? But yeah, like if you use the full grown one, it doesn't count towards your crop limit. So you can put as many of these down as you want. You can have mass fields of sugarcane if you want, mass fields of rice, mass fields of wheat for decoration. And it won't count towards your limit. But then if you want the flowers for stuff, that's why you got to be careful for your limit. If you want the flowers. I'm trying to see, I don't have one on me. And so what I'll do often if I have, is I'll make like lots of fields, because like, and especially my green gardens, I like to have like big farmlands. And so I will make all the different fields, but then I'll put like a fake scarecrow. So it looks like a real field, but they won't till it. And so then you won't get to the limit of the seeds that you're allowed to have planted, or the partially grown crops that you're allowed to have planted. But yeah, there are really weird limits, like watchfires have a limit. I put them in like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 4 so that you can easily count the limit of the items. And then on this island, I just have like some cool stuff. Like if you put a freesia on snow, it will spawn a cedar tree, and these are the different life stages of the cedar tree. If you put a fern on lemongrassy earth, it will spawn palm trees. If you put a stalwart on limegrassy earth, it will spawn plumberries. If you put a cotton plant on grassy earth, it will spawn silverbark. And when I say spawn, I mean spawn. No acorns needed. I put these guys on, because I didn't want them to grow, so I put them on one of my favorite tricks. Plaster dyed green. Blends in really well with the grass. You almost can't even see it unless you know what you're looking for. And then I can't remember what I did. Oh yeah. I just found the green block. Worked really well for that one. And then this one I couldn't really find, so I just used the... And then I just used the white block here. So that they wouldn't grow. And you could see the life stages. The other cool things that you can spawn are mushrooms. So if you have a cave, you need mossy earth or malachite on the ground in a cave, and the mossy rocks will spawn the toadstools. These guys will spawn the blue mushrooms, and the regular rocks will spawn the regular mushrooms. Don't sleep on your back. It makes you make horrible noises, silly doggy. Also, vines will spawn if you... I don't think I have vines on me. I don't have vines on me. But if you put vines in a cave, put just a regular vine at the top, and it'll grow down, and it has a chance to spawn shine apples and vine apples. And the shine apples, if they're near the ground, will spawn mushrooms near them. The blue ones. So there's lots of different ways to like grow plants and stuff from nothing, if you know the tricks. You do need to have plant growth turned on though. Trying to think if there's anything else here that we need to discuss. Again, muddy water fishing hole. Doesn't have to be exciting. Just has to be functional so that they fish up only edible fish. Trying to think if I put all of the... I know I haven't done a lot here. Oh yeah, we'll go talk about this. Blueprints! Blueprints have limits too. So, from the checkered floor to the invisible glass ceiling is 95 blocks. This is a Buildotopia. I flattened it and then filled it in with lava and other blocks so that it was very flat to build on. So at one point you'll get the magic pencil, And what you want to do, put it at the corner opposite your build so that it'll go count in the corner. And then the bigger you make your blueprint, the shorter it will get. So the absolute biggest that you can make a blueprint is 62 by 62. And if you try and do that, if you try and do more than that, it won't count. So I just made this like blueprint ruler so that you could see the different heights. So like if you go closer, see like it goes, you can see it on the thing over there, it gets taller and taller. And so if you have a very short but big build that you want to blueprint, it's feasible. Or you might have to, like if it's tall, you might have to divide it up into like different parts. And like this, if you ever want to figure that out, you can just come here and it's easy to count. I did it this way so that you can count what the size is. And it's easy to count. Like if I make it 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40 long by 40, I only get 5, 10, 15, 20 height. So if you're messing around with like blueprinting and moving a lot of stuff and you need to know exactly how wide or how short or how tall so that you can maximize your blueprint usage, then by all means come here and play around with the blueprint ruler. And I put some examples so like you can just have a visual look if that's good enough for you, so that you know the blue goes all the way up there and the purple goes all the way to the top. So this is, if you need a full 95 tall blueprint, this is the size of your blueprint here, right in here. This is how small to get the full 95 height. And then as you make it bigger, it gets shorter. So it looks like layered cake. Yeah, it kind of does. Okay, one of the limits is 4 buggies. And you cannot make more than 4 buggies. You can set down more blueprints. They won't do anything. It'll just make the buggy. You'll go through the animation of it producing a buggy, and then nothing will happen. So you can only have four buggies on an island. Same with Wards of Erdrick. You can only have 4 on an island. Other things I did was I blueprinted the air raid room. I haven't updated it since I actually do have the complete one, and it's built. I need to update my island. I haven't posted it in a while. But I forgot that I wanted to blueprint this when I went on the second account, and they destroyed the front of it before I could blueprint. So Lilysor got me the front of it, and so I do have the whole thing. I just need to re-upload my island. I completely forgot about that. This lovely thing here is a blueprint that I made so that I can see it's an arch. I'm building on my second account like Chert Mountain Range, and there are some points in which I wanted archway, but I'd already built like base solid mountains, so I'm like, how can I get them to like help me build an archway, because I want my NPCs to help me build. So I found an archway that I had already that I really liked, and then I filled it with these blocks. And then when I set this blueprint down, I can set it down inside the mountain and only give them the chert. And then they will chip away. So anywhere that there's a block like this that they don't have access to, but there's like, say it's in a sand mountain or whatever, they'll come along and they'll like, okay, that doesn't belong there, and they'll take away the sand, and they'll want to put the blue block, but you don't give them the blue block. So then they'll just come and they'll like chip away the sand, and then they'll leave the exact shape. And mostly I was more interested in the underside, obviously, because this was more for a an archway than for like the actual mountain itself. But yeah, so if you fill the blueprint with an item that you do not give them, they will empty the area in which you put the blueprint where those blocks belong, but they will not have the blocks to fill. And then you just lift the blueprint up whenever they're done building the part that you want them to build. And they'll excavate everything that you don't want them to build for you. And it's a lot less work on your part in the long run. And then I just, I think my son wanted me to blueprint this when I was making this island. He's like, you gotta blueprint the moonbrick thing because it's really cool. And then I ran out of room. And that's why the rest of the tower is over there. I didn't realize when I first took the blueprint. I was like, oh, I chopped off the thing, and then I just put it there, and then I brought the rest of it over. And was like, oh, wait, I built this too close to the edge. I'll just put the rest of the tower over here. But yeah, this connects. It's over there. That's a mini build that I did. I think that's it. So yeah, like on Game Facts, it's just like the item limit list. If you want like a written, I use it all the time, and I wrote it, just because sometimes I forget the exact numbers, and I'm like, when I want to plan a build or whatever, I will over limit the stuff so that I can use things as decoration. I made, on my second account in the basement storeroom or whatever, I covered the walls with these, and I actually really liked how it looks. It looks really cool. And so what I want to do sometime on a build is just use these as decorations. It's like wall decorations. It actually made it look very celery. Cellar, not like celery, the vegetable, but like a cellar. And then you just hammer them up as you need them. Like, limits can be annoying, but if you know about them, you can make them work for you. And that is to use the items as decoration without having to worry about like NPCs using chests that they shouldn't use. Because if you overlimit them, they don't have access to the chests, and then they have to use the chests that you want them to use rather than just dumping random things in random chests. That's why I filled these with like blocks, because I was like, stop putting stuff in these chests. Right? There's just a random bread in this chest when like they could have put it in the chest that actually has bread in it. See, like this one. But they just put stuff in random chests. They're terrible with, NPCs are terrible with their chests. So the chest limit sucks, but at the same time I use it a lot to my advantage. So that I can control where the NPCs are putting items. Alright. In case you're ever on an island and they've buried the teleporter, and so you can't go to the teleporter to leave, just hit start and then hit the button that you hit to open the map, and it'll return you to your own island without even having to talk to the teleporter. Alright, I want to talk briefly, go back to rooms. So rooms are really incredibly picky about registering, but there are different things that you can use. Like, you do not need doors to make a room. You can use doormats. And you can make a room entirely out of doormats if you wanted to. Don't know where my doormats went. There it is. So when I first go to a Buildertopia, what I tend to do is just like, I want the basic rooms, so I just set down a bunch of doormats. And then voila, it's a room. And you don't have to worry about opening doors or jumping over walls. So it's I actually like use this a lot when I'm just trying to make temporary rooms for my NPCs so that they can give me hearts. And there are other things that work for walls, like these bushes. See, because this room does not have the corners in it, but it's working as a room. Because it's got a doormat for a door, so the room only needs to be 1 block high. And so then I put the bushes in the corner for decoration, and then I can have, like, I plan on eventually putting the corner windows across here. And then this allows it to do that while still keeping it a room. So if I take this away, this will deregister as a room. There are many crazy items that will work as walls. So these will work as walls. You know what? Let's go to the table. That's probably better. So a lot of things in here will actually work as walls. Stairs don't work as walls. Ladders don't work as walls. But a lot of these other things, like the pillars and even some of these things here that you think might not work as walls, these work as walls. So anything that's like solid will work as a wall. And things like shrubs, for some reason, work as walls. Now, the thing with these shrubs, see, I did it over here as well. I didn't want to put corners on, so I just put shrubs in the corners. And it makes it register as a room. Now, the other thing is true, too. Like, say you have too many rooms, and you want to deregister a room. Well, what you can do is, like, you can just take out the corners and it won't register as room. But if you don't want to take out the corners, you can just go somewhere and remove a block. And you can either put like a magnet, because magnet blocks do not count as walls. But you can camouflage them so that they, unless you're looking for it. And so then now this room won't register as a room, and you can still have the room, but it won't eat up your room count. So, down to 77. So there's items that you can use to make your rooms be rooms, and then there's items that you can use to make your rooms not be rooms. And it's just fun to play around and figure out what does what. Oh, this is my dye pit. I don't know if I showed this to you guys. But you can dye things in a 5x5 block by 5 block radius. So what I do is I always just make like a little dye pit so that when I'm putting stuff down, I can easily get on top of it. And then you just fill it 5 tall, 5x5, and then you stand in the middle. You need to like on the middle block there. So this, like, you just get your paint can and play around with it. You will actually need to be 2 blocks down from the top in the middle in order to get the full see, if I go too high, it doesn't count. You can move the can over the items that the Buildnoculars do. I never tried that, to be honest. I always just stood in the middle. And then see, like, the range. So you can, this is the best way to, if you need to color a whole bunch of blocks, this is the best way to do it because you'll get your best mileage for dye that way. Just fill it up, paint it, and then jump down, and then you can do a big bash. And get all the things that you just dyed in one go. Makes it a little bit quicker to get dyed stuff and not use as many materials. Alright. Resource farm. Let's do that. I'll go to the beach to do that. Oh, I went the wrong way. So on the Isle of Awakening, there's a really cool trick that what type of ground you're on will spawn different monsters. So sand spawns these guys. Shallow water spawns the crab guys over there. But let's see. if you swap out large portions, it will change what spawns. And see, so you look at my mini-map, you see the green. It's got to change what's on the mini-map in order to work. And so, soggy soy floor, muddy hands, and zombies can use chert for I might not have enough this. So spoiled soil will spawn muddy hands, and the other guy's church will spawn the rats, and then sand will spawn regular guys. And I'm not actually going to like do the full thing, but basically what you do is you just cover the whole area. You just make an area of like all the different types of stuff that you want materials to drop. So the muddy hands drop grass seeds, which is why they're good. The bunnies drop meat, so if you're trying to breed your pets and you want lots of meat and you don't have fish, you want to do this. And the little rats drop fur. And so what you do is you build a nice area like that, and then you make yourself a little area to stand under. And the reason you want these guys is because they drop the seashells, which are needed for plaster and the other one. So basically what you do is you just stand under here, and then you look over at your and when this game has something really weird, like when you're standing underneath, it spawns monsters. I have varying degrees of success with this. I actually found it really funny, and that like if I'm not looking at something, it will spawn the monsters better. Depending on the situation, I don't know. It varies. But you park your character underneath something, and it actually really helps because sleeping resets. So let's do that. Perfect timing. Your area is all glass and has no roof? That's funny. I find, like, it depends on, my thing on Khrumbul Dun on my main account. I have a little roof with a bed and whatever, and I get crazy spawns. On my, son's account, I tried to make him one, and he was getting no spawns. And the only time that I ever what a lot of people would do is make like walls around this so that you don't see anything else that's around it, so that you're looking at like basically like and there's nothing else can spawn. And so I did that, And while I was building the walls, I was standing in a corner, like, facing the wall with his character. And I went AFK, and up to this point, we weren't getting things to spawn. I came back, like, 10 minutes later. I turned the camera, and the traps were just filled with stuff. So for my son, the best thing to do on his account was to just stand on the like, and just stand in a corner like this. And he had tons of spawns. So I don't know what, like, I honestly, like, you know, there are people who are able to get it to work every time. I've had it, like, my three different accounts. Each one has worked slightly differently, and I don't know why. But, like, some of them work. You make a little, like, a roof over your head, and it spawns things really quickly. You just find somewhere to sit, and it, like, it's... Oh, yeah, I forgot I did that. The stuff you do. But, you know, if you want to do, like, a trap, there are many videos out there that are much more in-depth on how to do it and are better at doing it. But this, I'm just bringing your attention to it being a thing that is often done to farm resources. And the different, like, and this is great on the Isle of Awakening in general. Like, I hate ants with a passion, so I just, you know, change as much of the green gardens as I can. To, like, on my one island, I just went through, and all of this umber I've just put grass on top of it. It's all covered in grass, all of this, so that the ants don't spawn, because umber spawns ants, chalk spawns the chimeras, grass spawns slimes, and grass spawns slimes and bunnies. And it's fun to see the different things that spawn. And they'll drop different drops depending on what you're looking for. I do have a couple of, obviously not in one of my main areas, but I do have some Wards of Eredrick down. So what I would probably do is make sure I pick them all up before I do anything like this. For realsies. I just wanted to show how it's done. Oh, yes. Let's do that. Do I have anybody in? I don't know if I still have anyone over here. Or if I move them all. I don't think I do. I think I moved them all. Yeah, I did. So we shall go over here. Alright, so for more resources, what you want to do, you just want to make a blueprint of, I'm going to use earth. If you want poisonous peat, you have to use earth. If you want lava, you can use any item you want. So what you do, you just make a simple block like this. Then you blueprint it. Destroy it. That would be great if farmers would gather the eggs and the wool and milk the cows. I almost never have milk because I constantly forget to milk my cows, but also because it empties your bag when you milk the cow, or your pot when you milk the cows, and I don't like that. So what I do is I put down, I'm going to put this down, but before I do that, I am going to grab, I don't have poison here, I'll grab the lava. Now for lava, I typically would make a blueprint out of something like wooden walls or whatever, because they are infinite. You make them with infinite resources, so you don't have to worry. And I'm gonna just show you with the earth blocks because that's what I had on hand. When you're dealing with lava, lava has a tendency to just like eat through everything. So just be safe. I always make sure that I choose obsidian underneath lava, just to make sure. But then you place your blueprint under the lava, and then you wait. I suppose I probably should have did this closer to my boxes. Yeah. You grab stuff? No, you're eating. It's eating time. That's why you're not grabbing stuff. Lava is so loud. Alright, see? He places a block, it instantly turns into a lava block. And it's spreading it. And then because the lava block is not what's on the blueprint, they will immediately bash it up again. Let's do this. And then you get lots of free, lava blocks. Because that's what they do. They break things that are not supposed to be on the blueprint, and then they place the things that are supposed to be on the blueprint. Let's go get poison. So now if you fill it with poison, you have to use earth blocks if you're looking to make poisonous peat. Because earth block placed in poison will turn into poisonous peat. And then you can get all the poisonous peat you want. And so if you want to just like, you know, have them farm resources for you while you build on your island, just set up a couple of blueprints like this and have them go at it while you build. We'll take the stuff, put it in the chest. And then you get easy poisonous peat or easy lava blocks that you didn't really have to do much for. See, in that short time that I had them doing that, they got 68 lava blocks for me. Condemn the NPCs to the Sisyphean task of never being able to complete their assignment. Exactly. Exactly. Put them to use. Let them build for you. Make your life easier. The other thing you can do is if you're going to be dyeing a lot of stuff, then in your dye pit, make a blueprint of fill it in how you're gonna want. Like, this is probably best to be done with if you're trying to dye roof tiles, because roof tiles are a pain in the butt. Well, let me show you. So, because roof tiles you can't place on top of each other, even if you place them elsewhere and try and like love them, which you can do for a lot of things, it won't let you. So what you have to do if you're dyeing roof tiles is fill your top, leave the middle block always. And then, actually it's probably easier in first person. You have to destroy the layer underneath. And then place the next layer of roof tiles, and it's very annoying to do, as you can see. That's true. Could do that. I've always just done it this way. Anyways, so you build, that's true. You build, this, you fill it up completely. You blueprint it, not dyed. But what you want to do is you want to have, like, one block be some weird block that you will never give them. Like, I don't know, a yellow dye block. So you fill this out, you take a blueprint, you put it down, you do not give them access to this. Do not give them that. Then they can't finish the blueprint, right? Because if they finish the blueprint lifts up. It's no longer there. And so then what you do is you just put the blueprint down with a hole here for 2, because for roof tiles you will need blocks in the middle to stand on, otherwise you don't stand in the right place to use the paint bucket. I didn't know I had a paint bucket. Where did it go? There it is. Right? So then it gets your whole cube. So then you dye it and walk away. And because they are no longer the blocks that they're supposed to be on the blueprints, your NPCs will break them and put new roof tiles down. And this way, you only have to go through the trouble of making it. So, like, I am going to need to do this for green roof tiles. Or, like, because each area on my Isle of Awakening, I'm color coding. So I will need to dye a lot of roof tiles. And so this is, like, I haven't done it yet, but, like, I will need to do it. And so I'm going to make a blueprint and then just have that one block that they can't finish. And then all I have to do is come along with the color that I want, dye it, leave. They'll break it down, put new roof tiles in. And I can have, like, a never-ending supply of the roof tiles that are the perfect color for what I want. Easy peasy. And then it's not so tedious. Because, like, a lot of people are like, well, I'm not going to do that with roof tile. Like, you know, the blocks is easy because you can just go into fill mode, right? And just do it that way, right? Very easy to make a full thing with just blocks. But roof tiles or, like, furniture are a pain to try and like stack like this. So what you do is you just stack them like this, make a blueprint, and then Bob's your uncle. You can just do it over and over and over again until you have what you need. With minimal effort. Blueprints are great. Use blueprints. So yesterday I was watching Tox's stream and I was like, use the Buildnoculars because he was building like a mountain, right? And so I'm like, use the Buildnoculars. And he's like, okay, but it always knocks me off when I try and do that. And so I was like, it shouldn't. And he's like, no, look, when I do that, it always pushes me off to the side. It doesn't actually like lift me up. So apologies to Tox. I told you that it should work, but here's what I did wrong. You need to just have things on either side, and then it will lift you up. So you can just do on either side, and then bam. So it's like, you don't even have to move very far, and voila, you can build your mountain a lot faster. You just have to remember to block yourself in. And look how fast I did that. Buildnoculars are great. This is why you want to finish your tablet targets to get your Buildnoculars. Let's see. Waterpot. You have 2 modes for Waterpot once you finally upgrade it completely. You have full mode and you have shallow mode. So shallow mode just does very shallow, where full normal mode does deep. So if you want shallow water, like all the beaches and stuff have shallow water on the top layer. Not this one because I built it. But like the beaches of the oceans and stuff have the shallow water on top because yeah, I was like, didn't finish this because I'm like gonna connect it, or I don't know what I'm doing with this corner yet. It's like, what's going on over there? But yeah, so you can have shallow or you can have deep water. Now the fun thing is, when people co-op with you, if you're still like, you know, mid Khrumbul Dun or whatever, and someone comes to your island, they have what you have. But because you have the pot, they have the upgraded pot, and they can do shallow water for you. So you can do like, and on my second island, I destroyed this complete mountain here. All of this mountain gone. But it left it like with sand, because like once there was no water. So I had my friends come over, and they filled it with shallow water for me, so that it looked like the proper shallow water on the map. So there are ways to, yeah. The flute, if you don't know, you can use the flute to find metal. It should work. So if you're on an explorer shore, you use the flute to find any objects on the scavenger hunt that you have not discovered yet. Oh, this is one of the... I grabbed the wrong... Of course I did. It doesn't find copper, it finds gold. Silly me. I was just like, I'll grab the copper because I have the most of it. Or I have a lot of it. But yeah. As an NPM, sure. Let's just see if it works. That's crazy. Because on my son's island, again, this was a while ago, he recreated like a little whatchamacallit, biome. Iridescent island biome. And he happened to have his flute active and used it, and it actually led him to like the rubies and the gold ore that he had. I wonder if it only works on Buildertopias or something. I don't know. Or if it doesn't, again, if it doesn't work anymore. They patched it out when they patched out Wrigley's floor room thing. I don't know. Why did I do that? I don't want to do that. I want to put that back in the box. But it did sing back. I don't have gold. I do have golds. Or I wonder if like I'm too close. I don't know. Let's see. Last one I'm gonna try. And then if it doesn't work, I'm gonna think that they just patched it out. Yeah, see? Maybe I was too close to it. But there you go. So, like, it doesn't have very many uses, but, like, if you want, like, to take a picture or something, I guess, with those, or you want to just, like, play around and have fun. There are certain metals that they still do react to. I think you just can't be super close to them. I think that was the problem. Next tool. This guy you saw me use has fill mode and swap mode. So you just hold your tool select button and you can swap it between the different types. So fill mode gives you, it makes a 2 high, 5 block long little wall there. And the swap, as everybody knows, just swaps the type. Easy peasy. Next tool is the blueprint, the pencil, which we went over. You can make blueprints. And then the chisel. So you have 3 different chisel types. You have flat down, flat up. You can like make windows. Oops. That you can't actually go through, even though it looks like you should be able to. By putting one up and the other one down. Then you have the diagonal, which if you do it on the corner, will make you a corner piece. Or you can just do it like that, regular diagonal piece. And then you have concave, which if you're connecting, like if this was turning over here and we had more blocks over this way, you would use corner piece for. And then fishing, we know, if you have fishing, you just fish. They go teach you in the game. So those are all the different tools. Buildnoculars, you want to, if you're using a controller, you push down your left to go into Buildnocular mode. And you can use these, a lot of the tools, in Buildnocular modes. Makes it a lot easier to reach hard to get places when you're working on stuff. The hammer works in Buildnocular mode. You can't big bash or anything though. The gloves work in Buildnoculars. The Waterpot works. It has a harder time picking up water with the Buildnoculars. The swap tool works. And the fill tool works, as I demonstrated earlier with like building a mountain. Right? You just move it around to how you want it. Done and done. I'm pretty sure, yeah, so you can use the pencil. With the Buildnoculars. I don't think you can fish with the Buildnoculars. Curious now to see if that's possible. Because I've never tried that before. Oh my goodness, you can. You can fish with the Buildnoculars. Unfortunately, I can't turn the camera to see what I'm doing. I'm actually gonna catch that. Yeah, that's wild. Yeah, Buildnoculars are great. You should get your Buildnoculars. They're the final thing for doing your tablet targets. Wonderful tool to have. Do I have any? I do. Another thing you can do with Buildnoculars, if you're blowing stuff up, you can use the Buildnoculars to do it safely. You can also, if you're impatient, you can set it down and then hammer it to blow it up immediately. Buildnoculars are a great tool to have. Alright, what do I have on my list here? Let's have a look. We did the plants. Yep. Alright. Let's put some people back in my party. Make sure I have what I need. We'll go to Grimy Reef. Just so we don't have to wait for the rain. Oh yeah, forgot about my, probably making me lots of poisonous peat. Alright, so one of the things that is great to build with is bark. But it's terrible to farm. So you take a lesson from Scarecrows. Stick your haystack right beside. Light your haystack. Watch it burn. Profit. Easy peasy way to just quickly, without having to worry too much about it. Don't have to really pay attention, don't have to use your hammer. Can ignore enemies. And then just collect. No, it doesn't keep propagating for the full tree. Oh, hello. I'm sorry, I already have a Chimera. Yeah, see, look at that. 219 and 112, and we've been here for like 2 minutes. I'm gonna quickly find the builder's basket over here. Hopefully quickly. Fire. Just be careful when you use fire though, because if you're using it on your own island, grassy earth blocks burn, and you don't want to like burn your whole island down. I learned that trick by accident because I burned down Molly's house on Scarecrows. There was a haystack in her little thing. It was sitting right beside some wooden blocks. And I was just like, oh, I wonder if this will burn. And it did. And it burned everything in the whole place because it's all connected. And so everything just like burnt and fell. And I was just like, no, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, poor Molly. But yeah, this is, put it like right here. Hello, Games Lover 200. How are you doing today? I'm just showing the destructive power of fire in builders. Yep, I sure am. I mean, I'm the Grinch. Of course I am. You. Polly! Sure, come along. Alright, let's get out of here. So, it's good for, like, if you really want to destroy a build, you can destroy it pretty quick using fire. It does break things down to their, base, right? Like, if you... See? It'll break the earth blocks and turn, or the grassy earth blocks and turn them into earth blocks. It'll break the tree down and turn it into wood. So, yeah, you want to be careful with the fire. It can cause big problems. Oh, I love it. It burnt the... I can't break it because I can't stand on it. That's so funny. So fire can be fun, but it can also be destructive. Commit arson and run away. Yeah, keep the matches locked up for now. I do have that trait. What trait? The destructive trait? Oh, commit arson and run away. I mean... Firebug. I did set your tree on fire. So, you know, you should not be surprised. You of all people. I did torture a Christmas tree with your permission, I would like to add, for anyone who's worried. See, this is Cabots. Oh. This is Cabots. That's the Christmas tree, right there. It's the same Christmas tree. At the time of this contest, I had sprained my right thumb and wrist, and I could barely play. So I wanted to do a Christmas build, and I wanted, but I couldn't, like, I was struggling to build a Christmas tree because it was just really hard for me to build. So then Cabot was like, you can go burn down my Christmas tree. And so I did. And this was the picture that I got. But I appreciate it, Cabot. It was a lot of fun. It took a lot of tries reloading your island to get it, but it was a lot of fun. What am I up to in game? I have finished the story and finished sacrifice to creative. Oh, I forgot to send you to my Buildertopia. I finished the game. I just got my last stream. I just got in the Buildnoculars, and so I'm just kind of like doing an in-between stream before I start building, of like tips and tricks and stuff. One more. There we go. Polly, we're going to relocate you to Streamland. Alright, let's go over my notes and see what else. Burn trees. We just did that. Alright. Trying to think of... Yes, let's do that. So, I'm going to go over some terraforming, I think. Different types of terraforming. Let's switch to this for those guys. Oops, wrong one. Come out Pori? What? Oh, Polly. My cousin married a girl named Polly, and some of our relatives struggle with her name. It comes out as Pori. Polly? Pori? I'm trying to think of what accent that would be. Pauvre. Alright, so this area here, I am going to be building a mountain here. But I don't want to just, you know, whoops, build like a hollow mountain, because anyone who comes to visit my island from a Switch will have massive amounts of lag and leave and won't visit, because hollow spaces cause lag. It's not so bad on the PlayStation and PC. Until you like absolutely fill your island, and then even then those can get pretty laggy. But Switch is the worst, so if you want to be nice to your Switch friends, don't build hollow. But so you might be saying, but Aura, that's going to take forever to do. Well, not as bad as you would think. But I need some things. Did we put the lava back is the question. Yeah, we did. Okay. First, I need water. So I discovered this with timers on his island. And basically what you want to do is just create a flood. And you don't want to like fill it completely. You want it to be falling water. This is weird shaped, so it's... But with timers on his island, we figured out that the spread of your pot is like when you do this and it, see that yellow line there is 15 by 15 on the inside. So if you make like squares of like 15 by 15, you can literally just stand in the middle. You have waterfalls pouring down all around, and then you can just stand in the middle and pour over and over and over again. But if you have a weird shaped place like this, you can't really do that. So that's why I made the waterfalls. So when you pour lava into water, it turns into chert. And then because you have waterfalls, it just sits back, it falls back on the top layer. And then you can do the next layer. And the water falls on top of that and fills that in too. And then that is a fairly quick way. It's really nice though, like with what Timers and I did. I'll see. I'll just do a quick one. You just need to build up some walls. And you can, like, even what Timers did was he blueprinted it. He blueprinted it so that his minions could build it, and so then he had a bunch of these. He had a bunch of these empty, like, 15 by 15 cubes, and then we would have water pouring. Oh wait, I forgot I switched. So what we did, because it was a 15 by 15 area, so we'd put water in each corner, and then we'd have one thing of blocks going down the middle, and we'd do one down the middle, and that would fill the bottom over and over again. so that when you got the lava, you would just stand in the very middle, like put your pot so that it was in the middle slot, and then just pour. Wait for it to refill. Pour. Wait for it to refill. Pour. And so he would get his minions to build like all of these, and in the course of like an hour, we could fill like a bunch of them. And what he did was he filled a Buildertopia up all the way from ground to like max height, and that's how we did it. It was a lot of fun, and it's a lot faster if you just like if you do it in these like cubes like this, and then you can just fill without having to worry about anything else. Sometimes if the water's too deep, it won't work properly. But it's still a lot faster than, you know, going through and filling each block by hand. Or even filling it with the Buildnoculars. I mean, this is pretty fast. But not as fast as pouring in the cubes like that. My dog is staring at me. It's midnight. She probably has to go pee. Hey! I got a flowered bush. The other thing, so let's say... Thanks for coming, Cabot. See ya next time. The other thing to do, so once you've unlocked infinite supply of sand, this is a great way to do the opposite. So like we've just seen filling with chert. I had a bunch of that on hand. And if you want to dig holes, this is the way to do it. So I wanted to dig over here. You just need your swap tool. And then this way, if you're trying to like make specific shaped hole or something like that, right? You can do that. Or you can just use it to dig. If you don't want to, like if you're just trying to go down a little bit, or you want to make like a specifically shaped hole, this is a great way to do it. Or you can use a golem. The sifting sand's also really good for when you're decorating. Oh, I forgot I was hungry. Where are you coming from? Oh, over there. Alright. There are certain items that you might want to put on top of other items. Like, actually, hang on. Do I have one of those? I should have one of those. I do have one of those. Right, you want to stack stuff on top of this. Let's see what we can and cannot stack. I don't know all the ins and outs off by heart. Right, so I can't put this up there, right? So I want to put that up there. It won't let me put anything up there. Alright, fine. I'll put sand. And then I'll put the items that I want on top. And then that's fine. You can just swipe away the sand, right? But then, I mean, some of them stay, but some of the items don't stay. So instead, what you do is you put the items on top. And then you sift them away, and voila! You have items on top of your thing now. That's how you get floating items. You want to have a rose floating. You can't do that because as soon as you break the sand, the rose comes with. So again, floating rose. So that's how you can get lots of things on top of other things that won't normally let you just stick them in there. Sifting sand is a very useful tool for building. Alright, Cabot asked me to show do I have any though? Not on me. But I might in storage. Splashing stones. Let's go to Green Gardens for that. Splashing stones can be difficult to work with. Because they're very finicky to place. Like you can't, well there we go. I have a hard time placing them with Buildnoculars because it tends to go like inside the thing. And I can't like get it to... Right? So with these guys, is you want to make sure that the front of them is out of the water, and that's what will make them splash. And I find what I often have to do, because the Buildnoculars don't work half the time. I wonder if you always put them from directly underneath, if that works. Oh. Like fluke that I get it to work on the first time, and then I can't get it to work. When I'm not trying, it works. So what I do is I just even like first person it doesn't like. Alright, and as long as you have the front of the stone sticking out from the water, it will make splashes. But if the whole thing is buried, it will not. I'm trying to find where I can show that. Right here. I don't know. I'll find something.
Well, there's still bread at 80%.
Okay. So yes, like because it's underwater, right? It won't make the front of it here is underwater. So you gotta just always make sure that it's sticking out of the water. One day I would love to learn how to make them work with Buildnoculars, though. And just lift it out of the water a little bit, and it'll work. Splashing stones. That break in the clouds looks like smoke from this angle. Alright, and then... yes. We're gonna go to our Buildertopia. I sent a bunch of monsters here so that we can go over monster jobs and how to get them to do jobs for you. Alright, so, as the game teaches you, cows give you milk, sheep give you wool, chickens give you eggs. The only one that you have to actually actively get is the milk from the cows. Alright, so what I always do when I come to a Buildotopia is just make temporary rooms. So we have Helen and Molly. Well, I mean, it's technically not a monster, but she comes with the monsters. The Chimeras and Grenville will all cook for you. I love how they always congregate around rooms. That's not my intention. And then in here, I might have to go back to my Buildotopia. I forgot to, or my Isle of Awakening, I forgot to bring a builder's bench. And because I just started, I don't have hearts. I have 3 hearts. Actually, okay, we'll go through. So these guys will build for you. They don't do much else. These guys, you can ride, double jump with them. The adult ones will jump higher and are a little bit faster. These guys are cuter. As you saw earlier, chimeras you can fly with. Hammerheads will build for you. These guys will heal. I wonder if they heal like fall damage or something. Actually. Chimera. Oh, I don't think they heal or fall damage. But when you're in battle, they'll heal you. And otherwise they will move food to plates. Says they'll act like dancing girls, but oh, it doesn't even say in I thought it gave little descriptions. Oh, I wonder if it's cut off because of the stream. Anyways, so they will heal for you. They will also fill the tables with stuff. These guys here, it says that they're bartenders for bartenders, but they're not actually. They only work in a potable plant. So when you have stuff cooking on oh, I have never cooked that before. When you have stuff cooking on in a potable plant, they will come and speed it up for you. That's what they do. They don't actually cook anything on these. Chimeras will cook on these. Like if I move these into the kitchen, then they'll use them there. If I have the right materials for them. But he won't come and speed them up because they're not in a potable plant. It needs to be in a potable plant for him to do his job. Same with this guy. It says he'll like help you with dyeing. Well, again, that's used very loosely. He will speed up the process when you put down in a dye works. When you put down one of these guys, he'll come and he'll like smash them faster so that it goes faster. But again, not really needed. This is my dude from Scarecrows, which is why like I keep him around, but the pets the guys that you want to get, that you want to focus on, are the mounts. So this guy and the chimera, especially the chimera. Chimeras are just really good because they will cook all the time. And then these guys will farm for you. I wonder if I have enough. I'm really annoyed with myself that I forgot a builder's bench. Mistakes. Mistakes will happen. But I'm hoping that I can purchase. I just have to find it, which I am not finding. I know where everything is on a builder's bench. I don't know where everything is in this. Like, you would think it would be with the crops and stuff. I'm looking for a scarecrow. But, or with, like, the farm tools. There it is. How much is it? 30? We're almost there. We're almost there. This is why, when you go to a Buildertopia, the first thing you should do is just build some basic things for your NPCs to do, so that they can make hearts for you. Alright, now we should be able to buy one. So that's what he does. He'll farm along with the farmer. But we'll let them do their thing. Unfortunately, on like the Isle of Awakening, when you make a room for the first time on the island, they do not drop hearts. So if you are filling out your Builderpedia room list, do it on the Isle of Awakening, because that's a lot of hearts you'll miss out on otherwise. Golems are good for destructiveness. You want to destroy things? Get a golem. They can punch big. Let's see if we can find a mountain. There. Bam. This is why everyone, when you ask what's good for demolition, the answer is golems. They make quicker work of things, but they break things down to their basic. So, like, the stones that were on there broke down into rocks, and the vines break down into cords. So if you want to, like, save stuff, you'll need to, like, ulti-mallet it out first before you bash with the golem. Alright, and now let's see, do I have any seeds? I have. Oh, it's wheatgrass. Leak. So the great thing about these guys is that they multiply seeds. So for every 1 seed, they will plant 9 seeds. So I just have to come here, choose leeks. And if it's not too late at night, it might be. So he should go get the seeds. And instead of 2 seeds, if a farmer planted them, well, I guess I didn't make this big enough. But yeah, see, there you go. 9 in one go. And so you want him to plant more, break them up. Put them in the chest. And then he'll plant more. And so this is the most efficient way to multiply your seeds. You can, all you need is 1 seed, and you can go to millions of seeds. I mean, ideally, it's best to make it in a grid of like 9. So that he can just do the whole thing. And then you put the Scarecrow off to the side. Like if you make it a room, you can have the Scarecrow off to the side where it's not, and then he can just do them in. Cat, what are you doing? Alright, let's see if there's anybody we missed talking about. Alright, so slimes will help you build. You can ride them. They are squishy, so when you fall while you're on them, it doesn't hurt. Both of them. And chimeras all cook and can fly. Fly you around. So there's 3 different ones. Muddy Hands and Bloody Hands will act as waiters, basically. They'll take food and put it into plates. The Walking Corpse, Corpse Corporal, and the Ghoul will speed up any process of anything on a cask that is in a potable plant. They are not actually bartenders. They work in potable plants. Heal Slime will heal you when you're in battle, or it will deliver stuff to plates. He'll cook, but there's only one of him, so can't really go out of your way to recruit him. These guys will help you build. And I do believe, I haven't actually tried it. I probably should do that. The signs that you make. Has anyone ever had them use the signs outside of Stelkachaz? I'm wondering if I have. Yeah, because, like, golems just destroy things better. So, it's more worthwhile to just use a golem. I'm surprised they're not here. It's the wall. I'm trying to... I can't make one. I don't have a table. I'm trying to find the actual... Hello, Lily Knight. Welcome back. I don't know why, but the new really distracts me. It makes it really hard for me to, like, see the items, because I'm just so distracted by, like, the notification that it's new. There it is. So yeah, technically, if you put this, we should destroy it for you. Hello, sir. Do you have to be in my party, or what's going on? Hey, Flute. That would be cool. If it only works when he's in your party. Oh wait, he looked like he might have been coming over. Will you just get over there, sir? Yes, Grog. Smashley. Might only work if he's in your party by the looks of it. Yeah. He'll just keep going and going. That's pretty cool. He goes pretty far before he stops. But by the looks of it, he only actually, let's buy one more. And you, sir, if I put this here, will you use it? Yeah, it looks like he has to be in your party, which is good, because a lot of people use these items for decoration. Oops. That's actually really good. Because then that means you can use it for decoration, and he won't actually like break it down. Unless he's in your party when you place it. Alright guys, I changed my mind. I don't want leeks. Leeks are useless. It just happened to be the only seed I had a small amount of. I'll leave a couple for you guys to work with. Molly can turn them into juice. Alright, let's go back to our monsters. I am still awake. I don't sleep anymore. Hello, Talks. How's it going? You missed my bit, and I was apologizing to you. With the Buildnoculars and making a wall. I gave you bad information. All right, so living statue we went over when we went over. He only works in a dye works, and he'll only speed things up. He will not make dye for you. Same with the Stone Guardian. And let's see if there's anyone else that you can recruit. Powyowies make snowfields, like we know. Killing Machine and Hydramech do the great farming and multiplying seeds, like we just went over. The liquid metal slime will give you lots of hearts if you catch him. These guys are good for destroying things. I'm pretty sure they're co-workers, Lily Knight. In Endgame, you can send Helen back to Furrowfield for a special scene. So the Great Saber Cat and the Great Saber Cub are mounts. The Great Saber Cat jumps higher and is faster, but the Great Saber Cub is cuter. So, make your decision. And then that is all of them that you can recruit. Alright, I guess I'll show Tox again. So Tox, remember with the Buildnoculars and fill mode? I was like, it should work. And you were like, it always knocks me off. Yeah, that's because you have to do it 3. You do 1 on either side of you, and then you put it in the middle, and then it pops you up. So you can build really fast like that. Does anybody have any questions or anything that they want me to go over? Were you in Tox's stream yesterday, Only Birds? Okay, because like it was yesterday that I was like talking to him, and like I use the fill tool all the time, so that's why I was like, it pops me up all the time, and it didn't like occur to me that it only pops you up like when you have something behind you. Like it never occurred to me that this was like the requirement. So I was telling Tox, I'm like, yeah, no, it should pop you up, and he's like, it doesn't. It just pushes me off. See? And then I was thinking about it, and then I was just too tired to articulate. I actually tried it out. Talks when after like you'd moved on and you were doing other things, I like tried it out, and I was like, oh, that's why. And then I was like, oh, I will mention it on stream. I kind of want. Do I have? I do. I kind of want to try this again now that I'm a little more awake. What shall we duplicate? Alright, cat, you have to move off my lap for this. I need all my movement. Oh yeah. Hello. I forgot you did that. Oops. I'm trying to dupe, and I've done it hundreds of times, but for some reason today, I am struggling with it. I am struggling with it today. And I want to know that I can still do it. Why, game? Why? Too slow. Thanks for messing me up, bird. I know I can do it, guys. I've done it. My Furrowfield video is proof of that. I've done it on stream a few times too. Why? This is so funny. Okay, guys, stop. Leave me alone. That was too fast. Yeah. That was too fast. All right. That was too fast. The timing is crucial. That was too fast, yeah. But I'm determined to do it again. That looked like it. Nope. And I know they didn't patch it out because I did do it once in stream today. I want to prove that it is possible to replicate it. There! See? I did it. Oh, that was too fast. But I did it once, guys. I did it once. Twice! There, see? It is replicatable, and as you just practice. And if you're going to show it to people, make sure you practice lots beforehand so you get the muscle memory back for it. Oh, that was too fast. But yeah, so this is very handy for duping all the items in the story, and for just items that are harder to get. Or like, I don't know, I'm just doing this because I only had one of it. So when I hammer it up, it doesn't go back into my inventory. There you go. I did it 3 times this stream now. So it is possible, and you've all seen it. You all know how to do it. Is there anything else that anyone wants me to go over? I've gone over everything that I have on my notes. Oh, no, I haven't. I missed something. I just saw. Oh, good night, Talks. Thanks for dropping by. Yes, the infamous dupe trick. I've done it hundreds and hundreds of times. I was just for some reason struggling with it today. But I mean, I know it's possible because I've done it a million times and other people have done it. And I have like a whole wardrobe of stuff that I've duplicated. Not the Rasmira, but these things here. The teleporter. The buggy. Oh no, I haven't duplicated the buggy yet. But this guy, you have to basically you do the same thing. Stow, dish, and then you use it, and then you have to go through the cutscene, and you don't actually know if you succeeded until after the cutscene. So, but I luckily got that one pretty quick when I did it on stream. Alright, now I was going to show you one last thing. In Green Gardens. This is, I should have shown this on Furrowfield, because it is most beneficial on Furrowfield. You just swipe them off. And see, every time you swipe her off, she'll like give you more. See? Every time. They just give you more poop. So when you're in Furrowfield, you're scaring the poop out of them, yeah. When you're on Furrowfield and you need lots of poop, that's the way to do it. It's easier if you have just one toilet too, because then they all like line up and then they just like take turns coming in. They'll like just go to the back of the line. When you have multiple toilets, they can queue up at other toilets, but... I did not! I forgot about that. Thanks, Tox. We'll have to go somewhere for that, though. That's fun to do. Let's go to... You know what? Let's just go to Furrowfield. Lots of Drackies to scare at. Furrowfield. It is such a random. I love it though. But the only reason that I found out about it was because I was running around Furrowfield. I had Wrigley in my party, so he was following me around, and I was making him purify everything. And so I noticed one time when I was doing that the Drackie would just randomly run away from me in fright. And I was just like, what is going on? Why are they doing that? And then I realized it's because they're afraid of the... I'm scared! You just need to, like, brandish it at them and they go away. They flee. Flee from the... Yeah, it's so great. Oops, bye! But it's only bird enemies. Like flying enemies, like the Drakkies and then the birds on, oops, wrong way. Yeah. We're gonna go there next. No, I never actually tried it against chimeras. Only the raven thingies and Drakky. Alright, we're going back to Rimy Reef, sir. I know we've already been there today, but let's go. Oh no, what are you doing on Sunday? So you won't be able to play? Oh no. Oh, can't play every week, I guess. Look at this lucky island with the hot water right at the start. Don't even have to go anywhere, really, and bam, hot water. I don't need it, though. So, it's just very lucky. And look, even more, two of them. This is a lucky island. I'm gonna build his best right there. Alright, birds should be over here, right? Yes, there's a bird. Oh, yeah, you killed them too fast, guys. See, there they go. Run away. Run away. I wonder if the gremlins or whatever, Gremville dudes are afraid of them. Nope. Doesn't look like it. Just the birds and the drackies. Alright, let's find some chimeras. I wonder if chimeras are. Nope, doesn't look like it. Well, still pretty cool that some of them are. Thanks for reminding me about that, Tux. I completely forgot. Yeah, I guess they are. Other than the fact that they love to cook? I don't know. Yeah, no, that was I had a lot of fun with that one on Furrowfield when I was greening it up. Only other thing I can really say is just like if the NPCs give you tons of ideas, like if you're struggling to make rooms for your tablet targets, there you go, see? He'll tell you how to make a diviner's den. Right? You just have to talk to him enough. Malroth will tell you how to make a bedroom for 2. I wonder if what she tells you. She doesn't tell you any room ideas. There you go, a music hall. He tells you how to make a music hall. There you go. Dye works. Jeremiah explains to you how to make a dye works. I guess Babs doesn't have room for you. Let's see. Den, do you have a room? He just talks about how much he loves cats. My grog. Megrok does not like Hayden. And there you go. He teaches you how to make a princess room. And then a potted flower. Reminds you how to do that. So yeah, like all the NPCs just have random dialogue. A lot of them have random rooms. Esther talks to you about a secret place hidden underneath the mountain. So it's just really worth an endgame to just go around and chat with everybody. Let's Digby. Again. I don't know where Dougie went. Oh, Lillian, do you have a room for us? Oh, there you go. And our the forest room, our arboretum room. She teaches you how to do that. So like if you're struggling with making your rooms, just talk to everybody. They'll tell you stuff that you can do. There we go. She wants to tell you about a dormitory. Yeah. Like the dormitory for the soldiers. Hot water from Rimy Reef. You can make you can legit make a spa. So she teaches you how to make a spa. So like they go over everything for you if you just talk to them. You can learn stuff. If you don't want to like look up like actual room recipes, but you're struggling to find the rooms for the tablet targets, just talk to people and they'll help you. This floor I made with basalt and marble. And the thing with basalt and marble is that they actually bleed into each other. What you need to do, oops, not pet the dog. You need to go to your flat chisel, look down, 1, 2, and then just hold it down, and it will make nice clean lines. So that they don't bleed into each other. And all you have to do is look down and holding the trigger, just look down and do it and walk around and it'll automatically change any that have not been changed to that. And then you have a lovely shiny checker floor. Ballroom. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I should go over. can't really think of anything. But I realized... Oh, actually, you know what? I just thought of something that I wanted to try. I learned this the other day from Reddit. Oh, I had some. I have some. Where would I do this? Let's do this on here. So apparently, alright, good night, Tox. Apparently if you put worm food on poisonous peat, he will turn it into Witchgrassy. That's very exciting. So you combine that skill with your blueprint, where they automatically make poisonous peat. And then you don't even have to, like, go farming for witchgrass. You just have them make poisonous peat for you. And then you have Wrigley, Wrigley turned it into Witchgrassy earth. And profit. Oh, my well room. Watering hole. So many dogs and cats everywhere. I just want to change my tools. I mean, it was just before bedtime, so they didn't do much, but still, I didn't have to do it. That is always a bonus to me. Only thing that you don't have to do that you can automate is a bonus. Aw. The farmer came to the graveyard and started crying, and Esther comforted him. That's cute. I did not know that they did that. Haha, free Witchgrassy. I mean, kinda. Only need Wrigley's help. Unfortunately, I don't think you can make a blueprint that has your dudes like automatically turn, like place the thing down for you, because I think that Witchgrass, when broken by not the ulti mallet, breaks down into its material base. What is it? Yeah, it turns into earth when you smash it, so you can't actually get your dudes to auto farm the wheatgrass part of it, but the peat moss part of it you can. Game, you're so slow. Is he healing him? Wow, that is really slow, game. Alright, well, I'm sure you all love watching me smash things. I cannot think of anything else to chat about, talk about. I guess next week I'll start just building stuff. Please don't do that, cat. That is not for you. That's my pencil. I need it. I'll start working on my island, I guess, and building stuff on stream, which will be fun. Oh, I don't think I asked you about rooms. He has a granddaughter, apparently. Or is he talking about Jeremiah's granddaughter? I don't know, I'm going too fast. He just wants to build. He doesn't tell you about any rooms. Too bad. Stole your bed. Alright. I wanted the ghosts to stop attacking. Alright, I hope, even though not everything worked out as I was planning, I hope that this was helpful to you. And that you learned some new tricks to help you play the game. Make the most of it. Build beautiful things. Will you please stop trying to steal my pencil? I moved it over there because I don't want you to have it. I didn't mean for you to go over there to get it. Anyways, thanks for coming, everybody. Bye-bye. See you next time.